All right, that should get the tunes on before I forget again. Realize just how quiet they were in the live stream, so I'm going to see if I can try and place it in a slightly better spot where the microphone might pick it up a little better. There we go. Hang on. All right, there we go. Let's try this one. No, that's too. Nah, too fast. We don't need super fast. Sounds a little better. Yeah, it's much better. Okay. Is this thing drying out on me already? I mean, to be fair, I did use it an awful lot in this particular cover. Yep, that is pretty much useless. Okay. How do I replace the barrel on this? Oh, wow. Like, look at that. That's just fucking drained. Okay. Good thing this thing came with replacement cartridges. Hey, John. How's it going, man? So you on page 12 yet or what? Okay, I think this is how you do this. I'm trying to reload my Pentel here. Oh, that's the. Sorry, I'm trying to like put the cap for the top of the pen on the bottom. So now I think I got to hold it upside down a little bit and. Yeah. Now we're getting it. Okay. Okay, and make sure on these strap kind of things. I like to think these are Velcro because Popo could never tie shoelaces. Oh, for Christ's sake, really? I bet that is a joke. That's awesome, man. I'm still catching up on revisit videos. I figure once I get to a point where I'm like officially 2 weeks ahead, I can start looking at other stuff, but it hasn't happened yet. One of the first side effects of a slower schedule for me was I immediately took a little bit of time off after I got home from work. But I think I'm good now. Like the first couple of days, just like, oh, relaxing, enjoying this. Again, how about actually using that time now, though? That looks all right. Some long ass legs. That's okay though. All right. Kind of that leg ended up looking a little bent, didn't it? Huh. You know what? I think it needs to be a little wider. Let's. I mean, these legs are already pretty fucking wide, but I don't think it matters at this point. We just don't want him looking like he has horse legs. Let's just get rid of this whole thing altogether and see if we can just sort something out. Okay, so I think we can do some of this at least. And there's a lot of just kind of, okay, what does this look like? Oh, they don't. They have the fins on the back too, which I did not really account for because I never do. Gotta love a character I can't remember how to draw right every time. Should be out. Clean that up with some more whiteouts. Always more whiteouts. And we'll let that dry a little bit before I get at it with more of the whiteout. Now I think it's kind of like that. Looks about right, more or less. Yeah, I'll clean those up after. Where is? That'll work. It'll work if I can find some tape. There we go. right. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's looking all right. This is, I think, probably an alternate cover. For issue 4 of my comic. So it kind of started out as a just messing around thing, like a warm up, really. But it was, you know, I was like, hey, I'll warm up with that idea for the cover I might have, you know. And yeah, it's come along pretty nicely, I think. Hey, Mighty Geek. Well, it matches the black and white interior too, so that always helps, right? And hey, what's in my room? Sorry, I didn't say hi earlier. But I mean, you know, this is ripping off Frank Miller's style, so I mean, you got to go black and white, right? I mean, you can do the I can find 1 or 2 solid colors to drop in here to try and mimic some of his later stuff, but that's okay. I think I'll refrain. Not a lot of people are big fans of his later stuff, including me. That is true. Yeah, about them standing out against color covers. Yep. Let's see. How am I doing this? It's a good question. Now I got to figure out like actual shapes on this thing. Before it was always just kind of, you know, let's put some lines on it. And it's like, no, this thing should probably have some contours now. Not, yeah. Something like this. What is? Oh, that's a hand. Shit. I'm like, what is this structure that's on the end of the gun here? Oh, that's a Clerg hand resting on it. I'm working on getting the first 3 issues. So far, honestly, I've just been drawing them. I haven't gotten them to a point where I can publish them just yet. And, you know, it's been fun stuff, and I like, you know, it. Most of it's all been viewed on the channel, but you can check it out on my Patreon. Links are in the description if you want to go there. But for actually just grabbing a comic, I'm working on that now. I'm dialing back a little bit on my video output. Because while, you know, the channel has been a lot of fun, it's been good for kind of getting me out there. It's not great for production. So like I've got, yeah, like 3 full issues drawn, but not 3 full issues lettered. Like issue 3 still needs to be finished on lettering. And I have no idea what I'm doing for, like, if I'm doing color covers or something like that. So it's still taking some figuring out. It's funny with the music here. It kind of looks like a little bit like this dude's playing guitar. I've been looking at like print on demand type stuff, and it looks like there's some decent options. It would require, you know, coming up with a Kickstarter or whatever people use. There's like a whole bunch now, I'm pretty sure. It's just the getting it on Kickstarter. Hey, Andrew, how you doing, man? I thought you weren't making it this time. I know I don't have a large format printer. I got a large format scanner, which was my priority. Didn't occur to me to print my own stuff when I was starting this out. I've actually never heard of InDesign or Scribus. Not familiar. And honestly, that sounds like putting too much of the, like, responsibility on me. Where if I'm doing every step, it's not going to get done. I feel like, I'm writing and drawing and lettering, I can handle, and organizing the rest, sure. But actually doing the publishing and distributing, I don't think I'd have the time. Oh, okay, cool. So like making it easier to get it to something, to an on-demand printer, that kind of thing. That sounds all right. I think we can black all of this in, and it should be fine. Now watch me be incorrect. Okay, so I'll definitely have to look into those then. Because, yeah, no, eventually I do want to be able to send them off to somebody. That was that thing. And but yeah, we're getting to that point where it's like I'm gonna have the first arc done before I've got an issue out. So maybe you want to try and catch up a little bit. Like the drawing is definitely fun, but like actually getting a comic produced is the goal, which is probably part of the reason I'm still hesitant to get there. Is a little bit of like, I don't know. Probably like imposter syndrome kind of thing. Because like the idea of actually having a finished produced comic is it's I don't know. I really like the idea. I've always really liked the idea, obviously, but actually getting there is a little like, yeah, you sure? You're kind of in your 40s. You haven't done it yet. I don't know if you can do that. And I'm a guy who has a tendency to listen to the, what do they call it? I don't know, the bad impulses. Or not the bad impulses, but just, you know, the intrusive thoughts. There you go. That's the word. That's the thing. Yeah, no, and I saw how quick you put that together. It's like, shit, man. What's your fucking excuse? Like, for not doing this? And it looked cool, you know? Like, it's like, and now you got a bunch of them done, and they're, like, legit, right? That's a product that belongs on a shelf. And now you find, and, you know, now you've always got that. And it's, I don't know, it's just that, like, man, no, I really, really, really do want it. So it's probably not going to happen. I don't know. No, I mean, you know, and I know I can. See, that's the thing. You always go like, well, look at the shit that's out there. I'm not saying it's shit. I'm saying, like, look at what's out there. Like, there's plenty of stuff out there that I can compare mine to. You're like, yeah, no, I think I can do that. It's just getting over the mental block, you know? Also, I don't know how much of this is, armchair psychology, but, it's a lot easier to criticize from the sidelines when you don't have something that can be, like, compared. It's like, right now, it's like, yeah, no, I can totally rip on whoever because, well, not rip on, but, like, say what I want because I'm not a comparable guy. You can't go, well, yeah, but look at yours. It's like, well, what? Look at what? I haven't published anything. And also gives me that, like, you don't have to take me seriously kind of thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's, I was saying before, once I get caught up on my revisits, which should be pretty soon, I want to get to a point where I'm 2 full weeks ahead of the actual publishing schedule, which shouldn't be too hard. I think I can start finishing the lettering, and then I got to think about actual stuff, and that's a little frightening as well. Yeah. No, that's true. It's one of the reasons I feel okay about what I'm doing. It's like, hey, you know what? It's all free. You can just switch me off at any time without any loss on your investment. It does make it a little mind-boggling. Like, you know, how can you charge this much when you're putting in this little effort? And it's like, well, because people pay it. Like, oh, yeah, that's a good reason, actually. He might. That's Monty though. He seems to really dig. Oh shit! I fucked that up. I think he digs getting a lot of criticism. So he likes going. You know, hey, I'll do the same for you. That makes sense to me. I did always mean to take a look at your book. Yeah, and I mean, I was able to do a quick flip through, but I think it was difficult for me to critique because it's very different from the kind of stuff I know, you know, like how to talk about in some respects. I'm talking about that specific story you sent me, and yeah, I mean the stuff you're coming out with now is pretty cool. Am I smudging? Might be smudging. God damn it. But yeah, I mean, ultimately it does often come down to just getting your stuff out and going, fuck it, let's see how it does. Okay, I can actually get like at least rough in some legs on this guy a little bit. There we go. I'm gonna have to fucking do some wet it on that too. Shit. You stay. Do. Yeah, that would be a good way to go, wouldn't it? Maybe a little later on, not for this particular arc. Maybe in like the 50s or something. when I got I need another level to go to, you know? Right now, like just like regular giant dudes covered in fins or antenna or whatever they are is enough to cut the mustard. But yeah, eventually you're gonna have to keep escalating, and like torso on tank treads is a good, you know, like somewhere close to the end of the line. You don't want to open with torso on tank treads. Okay, so what am I looking at here? They do kind of wear metal hot pants. So. hope this makes sense. I think so. Yeah, not too bad. Hey, Brain, how you doing, buddy? And I'll just do that one too. I kind of succumbed to the rendering a little bit on this leg here, didn't I? Although, I mean, they're supposed to have like really wrinkly kind of legs as well. So I don't, kind of rode the line on that one. It's like the one spot where all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of white and black mixed over here. It's like you're doing wrinkles in the knuckles. So theoretically, you should be able to get away with a whole bunch of wrinkles on cleared feet. But there's a lot of the wrinkles on cleared feet are essentially hatching. So it's like I don't know what my own rules are there. Oh, sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. So you got a backup monitor then, by the sound of it? Or just on your phone? That would work too, I suppose. Yeah, that's always a thing, right? When it's longer than like a year or two, it's like, okay, well, that's about as much as I could have asked for out of that. Oh, that's what I got. This is lightened. You can go away, all that. We're just about done here. Just a little bit of cleanup to do on this. Yep, not the eraser. Anything but the eraser. Nice. Yeah. It's funny. My dad had like a 60-inch TV that he was using, just for TV. And then I guess he upgraded. He's like a tech guy. Like he worked in IT. He started working in IT when he was like 50. It's one of like the best piece of advice I've ever heard was like, don't worry if you can't find something you don't know or that you want to do. I didn't find out what I wanted to do till I was 50. So it's like, oh, cool. Glad to hear that. But yeah, no, he got himself like a 60-inch TV. He was using that, and then he upgraded to like an 80 because he's retired now, so he can spend all his money on just bullshit. And he uses the 60-inch TV as his monitor now. What are we doing here? It's like, holy shit. And yeah, he's got the 60 mounted to the wall above his keyboard. And I just, I see that shit. I'm like, all right, no notes, like that's. I would do that if I could, for sure. Okay, so I think that's about done. And you just put a big old blood force up here. Or, maybe even like have him in front of it a little bit. Although, no, because then you got to sort out holding lines. You can't do that. Just got to be up here. Okay. Yeah, I think that works okay. All right. So, didn't take too long to finish. What is that, like an hour? Okay. Yes. Well, I think he stole that from Platt, because Platt just like made a poster essentially that went up the entire side of for I guess what was it? I guess it was Platt 10. Platt 10. I always say profit when I mean to say Platt, and vice versa. It's a little ridiculous. Okay. And yeah, I think Platt he just made up an image and didn't give a shit where the logo went, so they had to fit it up in the corner. And then Rob went, "That's how you make the money." It's like, well, no, you can do it that way. But it's more like he made an incredible image that couldn't accommodate a logo in this case. Platt fit, yes. If I'm not thinking, how many times I've had to correct myself in the revisits, and I still do it sometimes. Like it still sneaks through because there's no way around it. Like once I've got it down, unless I want to re-record parts of it, I really don't a lot of times. Yeah, this is so we're back to Hawkstab versus Gun Show. Gun Show. And I got to get a double splash in here sometime, right? Didn't open. I haven't had one for the first like 15 pages. So, and I want to take a break on the Clerg. Okay, let me put this up a little bit and see if I can actually prop it without damaging something. Okay. And hey, man, how you doing, Sterling? Where does this go? Let's see. Okay, let's do it like that. All right, I think I'm okay. My blue pencil is kind of running out here. Let's see if we can make it hold up for a while. Okay, so probably help if I had the script handy. So I'm gonna do like this is gonna be like half. Or maybe even more broken up panels, and then do a splash for this much. So I think that would be nice. I wasn't aware they made those. So gonna need a big panel here while Gun Show directs his flex fire at Hawkstab. Flex fire is not a name in this case. I considered it, but I figured nah. And then close-ups on bases here. And then just have a big shot of Hard busting up through the floor. I have to come up with something for this. I am putting all of the arm right in the middle here, aren't I? That is not preferable. I'm just like drawing the image, not even paying attention to, you know, like the fact that I'm drawing over a seam over and over again. Is this even the middle of the book? I don't think it is, but that'd be preferable. Yeah, I liked FlexFire. I'm like, should I change the name to FlexFire? Like, no, I don't remember what the reasoning exactly, but well, I mean, he doesn't just fire like flexi lasers at people. Man, it's been so long since I drew hard. God, I miss this giant goof. He's just all friggin' muscle all over. Okay, we're gonna have to come up with an actual muscle scheme for this. And we're gonna have like rubble coming up and everything. And I mean, that's like one of the first things you hear him say in issue 1 is he smashes a whole bunch of Clerg and yells, "This shit gets me hard." But, you know, hard with 2 Ds. It's like, no, that cannot be your catchphrase. I did do one in the last issue. It was page 2 and 3, actually. I can't remember if issue 2 had any. I'm thinking probably not, actually. And issue 1 had a double page splash. Actually, that was one of the first videos I put up. Oh, wait, but that was a commentary, not the actual... I didn't do it as a stream, because I didn't really know how to do streams yet. Oh, that sounds fucking awful. That sounds like the last shot of the book. You know? When somebody's won. I'm not saying it's going to be Blood Force necessarily. It might not be. And you just like end with, yeah, big fold out, gatefold, grates, and droplets, and like trees underneath. Yeah, but take all the time you need. Maybe we can even make the grates chromium. That'd be pretty sweet. Let's see. I need a shot of an arm from the right angle. God damn it. Everyone's showing me shots from straight on or from the back. No, it's like I need the side. You jackasses. Okay, here, let's fix the elbow here because this ain't quite right. Now up here is where things start to get squishy for me. So I'm pretty sure like bicep should basically just be here, but you know, Hard's got gigantic balloon biceps. Yeah, big splash with Hard and Shockwave and Fireburn going after Cyber Zerk. It's a pretty good splash. Yeah, I would have thought you would have been there for that one. But I don't, you know, you don't do them often, right? Like I don't even do a lot of splashes really, which I probably should try to do more of. And then big old boob shelf. And there should be, oh no, down here, ribs down here, which aren't on camera, but trust me, there's ribs down here. And they're mostly going to be blocked out by I feel like this is too close. Like we need a bit more context, like a hole here, basically, instead of maybe find a middle. But yeah, I think this is too close on Hard. It's just a shot of Hard punching, which is, I mean, cool, but just an out of context shot of Hard punching the floor may be a little bit confusing. One thing I can't help getting caught up with is trying to make it readable. You know, which is like, okay, so we resigned ourselves that we can never go 100% with the parody, and then it's kind of been degrees after that. And this should probably be a bit of a Dutch as well. Yeah. Well, Rob will do them every chance he gets. I mean, for one thing, they make a shit ton of money when he resells them. And also, like, you know, it's less work because he just does essentially a splash page on its side. I don't know if he actually does them on two. I mean, a lot of his drawings he does on smaller paper anyway and then blows up. I don't know if he does the same thing with splashes. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's not like double page splash equals more drawing for Rob. So we should have a shot of Hogstab here, I think. Ah, that would be helpful. That's too badass. Although those angles are good. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's fucking sick. You get that, like Keone hypermusculature, but with way better dynamic lighting and a better angle. Not necessarily, but like, you know, if you're using it to advance the story, then yeah, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit, maybe. You know. So this is going to be Hogstab kind of leaping out of the way of the smashing floor. It's like this opinion on things punching is not what I signed up for. Let's see here. A lot of arms from behind here. Well, I mean, call me crazy. It's a theory I'm working on. But I'm thinking the next level of badassery is action that has a purpose. Now, it's untested. No, I think. No, you know what? Okay. We don't want the blades going right across the middle of the page. I know, I thought we were over that. I like how you can always tell where Hawkstab is by the giant swoops on top of his head. I need to make this arm a little bit bigger as we're going with some force perspective here. Oh man, yeah. We got to make an attack on tall buildings now. Like that. How does that look? Not as good. This pose feels a little passive to me. It is very twisty, which I like. No. I think he just broke his leg. Okay. And now we get hard in the middle here. Not quite as big, which is a shame, but still taking up a shit ton of room and still like 5 times as big as anybody else. And I kind of wish I remember what I did with those, with the whatever the tendon things were in this forearm last time. I like the way those were looking. So like, okay, left arm over here, and then, yeah, actually you're right, because he's twisting, but not enough, and that's generally my problem, is that I don't push it far enough sometimes. Let's really bulge out that chest too. Yeah, I mean, kind of. It's more just trying shit until something looks like it might kind of work a little bit. That should be roughly where the arm ends. And a bunch of rubble coming up here. Oh yeah, no, it's all about boob shelf. You know what I should do? I should set up like a commission service where I try and replicate the Liefeld boob shelf with different characters, and then like we can use those as emojis or stickers or whatever. Okay, so this is like the twistiest fucking pose ever. Holy shit. It's like fucking Liefeld women have nothing on, who are trying to show both their tits and their ass, have nothing on this pose. Okay, this should be a little bit more like that. I think so. You know, I almost feel like this head should be way back. Like it should be back here more, but I don't want to get it off the page now. And I like where his body's placed. I do think I need to send it back a little bit. We'll leave the hair there though. The hair can try and achieve still. You could do that where he's just like just God pointing at that with his blades here. Oh, that would be useful. The 3D model cat. Yeah, no, you could. That'd be pretty great, actually. There we go. There's some fucking hair for you. Tiny head. Don't forget. Don't have to make them head match the proportions. The smaller, the better. And it's okay to give him a proper ass, but if we're going by plat rules, it has to be like here, like tiny little, just not ass. I make every cord on his neck standing out, by the way, while he tries to do this pose. You know what? This should be on the ground here. So solid. No, that doesn't make any sense. The ground is right here. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Man, that's I mean, that's prime memorabilia shit for somebody then. I mean, I guess you couldn't sell it or anything, or not legally. You can't mass produce them or anything, but if you got a 3D model, like template, yeah, where you can just like reproduce them over and over again, that works just as well, right? Well, I mean, we've seen I'm sure we've all seen the extrapolation of the cat torso, where they do it without the shield and then they do it without the uniform, and he's just this mass of like meat. Ah, fuck. Not too much, but didn't break at least. Yeah, no, it's gross as shit. It's also fucking hilarious because it's like, no, this is the guy you made. What are you talking about? Why would you be grossed out by that? Nobody told you to make that. Where's my? That might work. Clear out my pencil sharpener again. Okay. Yeah. It's like half rib cage. I mean, like the problem is they're only half right in their criticisms though, because like the actual here, I might as well do this while it's square, and probably not on an actual page, right? Okay, that'll work. Because it's supposed to be based on the Arnold pose, where he's going like this, and yeah, the pecs are out here, but like he's really shoving his midsection forward, right? Like it's a conscious decision by Arnold to do this pose, and it makes his pecs look huge and his arm and all that. But when you cover this part up here and don't add this arm, yeah, it just looks like he's like just a mass. I still got those friggin' shoulder pads, doesn't he? We're getting rid of the shoulder pads on hard as soon as we can. I'm not going to put him in a shot. Maybe once he's climbed out of the hole, if he climbs out of the hole. I'm not sure if he will, actually. But for right now, no, we're not doing that because it's going to look dumb. And I still haven't sharpened this thing yet. Why don't I do that? Oh, for fuck's sake. I thought it was empty. No. Oh, no. you. Oh shit! I'm just gonna drop everything now. Maybe I should make that a video. Why, why the cat boob shelf looks like it does. So I'm pretty sure I can explain that. And it feels like a lot of people are mystified. It's like 10 years too late, but still. That's like my MO. Wait, you mean I gotta do research? I thought I was just drawing. Oh well, fuck it then. If we're doing research, I'm not doing that. I'm not touching that shit. This head doesn't make any sense in here, does it? Because theoretically, it should be in here. Like, it should be up here. Which would kind of block it behind most of it. That does look better, though. Okay. Let's do a single wee eye here. Wee. Yeah, it does that. Hey, Josh, how's it going? That's not a bad idea. That's a good source for some inspiration, the old Doom stuff. I will say I love the stuff they did with the newer Doom game. I haven't played Doom Eternal yet, which I should. Well, no, not should. What I should do is get my fucking comic out. But for some reason, I haven't gone after Doom yet. So Doom Eternal. So maybe that's actually a good thing. Right to there, and then so that's one peck right there, and then we start another one behind Hawkstaff's leg here. Wow, that was so helpful. And now it won't erase. Fucking, that's awesome. trying to remember now how to draw heart. I think he has metal shoulders, like underneath the plates. That wouldn't make any sense. That might be why I put it there. Now he's got the straps here, and he's got the big strap here with the studs on it. And that, yeah, no, I seriously haven't drawn him in forever. Like since that opening sequence in issue 3, which was probably like 7-8 months ago. That's crazy. Figure out what it was. You know what? This leg should even be in here because of the Dutch, which I forgot about when I was drawing it. Like that, sure. It needs to be just about doing the splits for no reason. Just giant thigh in the corner here. So from there, we're going to need gun show up here, I think. And we'll need, okay, so this can't be your hair because I'm going to need Fireburn flying out here. Okay, you know what? That shot of the Hulk actually would make me helpful here. Let me see. I mean, we will get to see more fire. The thing is, I don't I don't always have a lot for him to do. He's cool, and I can come up with cool shots for him. But like apart from flying and shooting fire, it's like, okay, what do you do though? I make awful puns. I mean, I know that's on me. I got to come up with more creative ways to use them. But like, I feel like I haven't seen enough flying fire guys. I never read a lot of Fantastic Four, and the sequence I'm reading with Walt here, he's got Johnny mostly on the sidelines. But I think that's a cool shot anyway. Well, I do have a plan for like way down the line. Like he's gonna keep doing. Yeah, he has to do something sciency. The problem is that I've also got. Well, I've got Shockblock, who isn't really sciency, I guess. He's more techie. So I got to make sure to differentiate the two. And then I should be able to come up with something. I put that hand down here. The claws on this arm are going to be a problem. You need to make this hand huge to make it clear that it's foreshortened. Force perspective shift. Yeah, no, it's cool. But the problem is, I need something. I need to see something for Johnny to do. Like I love the whole Walt storyline, but in terms of just like, I don't know what to do with my Human Torch character. Make Johnny do something so that I can rip it off, or like it can give me some inspiration of some kind. So these should be coming out like this, I think. That's fucking crazy. Okay. I mean, if we've got his hand coming straight out towards you, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Where'd my eraser go? There it is. Okay. I think I'm going to need this one eventually. I haven't read Spawn since like '93, to be honest. I mean, apart from the videos I've done on it. I mean, if Brett Booth is still working on it, that's cool, and I hope they hang on to him for as long as they can on a monthly title. I can't imagine he can keep it up forever, but you can always hope. This feels like it should go like that, but no. No. Je ne sais quoi. This is ridiculous. I have no idea what Rat City is. Yeah, no, I haven't kept an eye on it at all. I gotta say, which is a little unfortunate, but I don't know. From what I've seen, it still looks an awful lot like what it was back in the day. And I mean, you know, what it was back in the day was still even Image's premier title, so that's not the worst thing to be. Now we need shock block here as well. So Rat City is still Spawn, though? That's the idea? Like part of the Spawn universe? Okay, how big is... We got to make... If we're putting shock block in here, we got to put him in bigger than that, at least. Bigger than Fireburn, because, I mean, Fireburn can be flying up in the background. It should be, but we don't want Hard being, like, actually 20 times bigger than somebody here. And Shockblock being senselessly buff again. Oh, and Wilson, just so you know, I don't speak Spanish. I think a lot of the guys in the chat do, though. So I don't know. Oh, sorry, Wilson. Uh, so me explaining in English probably won't help too much then, eh? Let us know if you can like understand English, spoken English, but not write English. Because then I can at least then we can do some translating. But otherwise, it's not going to work too well, I guess. Yeah, hola, I guess. And you know, K and that's but like that's pretty much the limit of my Spanish. They do not speak Spanish regularly in Canada. So on the off chance you can understand spoken English, this is a double-page spread close to the middle of my 4th issue of my comic. And yeah, this is the clash between Blood Force and Gun Show, which I think is what End Raven just said. I don't mind this shot of Shock Block here. I was looking at this splash overall for the first time, and it's fucking nuts. Why did you do that? Stretch his arms back even further. Why not? So he's not crossing over against hard, and there's no way to confirm how big anybody is. That sounds ideal. I'm not sure what the music is. It's some instrumental metal track. I do put the music on a playlist that is public. So if you want to go through the stream tracks file, or playlist rather, then you'll find it eventually. Now, the only problem here is that we don't have Gun Show on this part, which is a problem. I mean, if you know what the music is, I'm taking your word for it. I guess we should work out what the lead up to this is, eh? Because we got the big double page splash pretty much mapped out now. I should do the bit that's leading into it. But I really like how that splash is turning out, actually. That's going to look kind of awesome, I think. Yeah, maybe okay. I know Raven's in Shit. New Mexico? I think it was New Mexico. Yeah. All right. Got there before you could correct me. I feel like somebody lived in Colorado at one point, or maybe New Mexico was at a higher altitude, and that's what we were discussing. Okay. Well, welcome. So I can find the script on this. I think I want a big close-up on gun show here. All lit from below and shit. And just screaming maniacally, apparently. There you go, worse. He's gone full anime villain at this point. Excuse me. I think you missed a bit at the beginning. Yes, this is page 1 of the double page splash. That's the perfect timing. Yeah, no, I think the last time you were here, I was still finishing up the cover. That's right. That's awesome. Okay, we're gonna have to keep his nose is getting kind of large here. But yeah, you can see it all coming off to the side here, and I've managed to figure out page 2 of this particular splash. Not quite that much. That's too much jaw. Ah, yes. Yeah, there's a whole thing going on about Spanish comics in the Discord that I was like, huh, okay, I have not heard of any of this, you know? So what am I putting in? Because this needs to be a response from Hawkstab leading into the splash. So do I do? Because I kind of want to make it like just a shot of his foot, really, and then rumbling around. But that's not too awesome. And then that leads to the big punch up. Because I mean, if I just do his face, it's again kind of confusing. If all of a sudden the rest of Blood Force is there, I think the context helps, but if we do like a full-on foot here, which hopefully looks like a foot, with like some rumbly, like doing like a room kind of thing. Oh, right, okay. Now, is it clear what this is the thing, right? I think it is. Probably stand to make it a little bit smaller so you can get the entire foot in there and it's not partially cut off. Yeah, that's a little better. See you, Wilson. Thanks for stopping by. And Josh was saying, I have some admiration for and appreciation for like the Kirby's and Ditko's and that. I don't enjoy Ditko's work most of the time personally. That's just preference stuff. I don't see what most people see in that. I think Kirby, it's easy. It's all over the page, you know. And then we need a shot up here of Hawkstab avoiding Guncho's flex fire. So we need a big fluid leap here. This page is going to be nuts. Both of these pages. Actually, it doesn't make any sense if I do it from the front here. Yeah, it's like, why are you guys caring so much? Jeez. Meanwhile, I'm back here like, it's okay, man. I'm still with you. I'm not doing fucking shit. Nope. Where'd the push all the way in? That's a pretty good, reasonable pose, I think. And Hellboy, I'm a fan of. At least the first couple of stories, because that's really all I read for those. But I love his design sense. Hey, Chuck, how's it going, buddy? That is a super twisty pose. I feel like I lucked into half of that, actually. So where he's hitting like here, so that's where it should be going. Oh, and I'm gonna have to come up with sound effects for some of this too. Thanks. You know what? I actually, where is it? Because I was just going over one of the fill-in issues on Uncanny by Rick Leonardi. So I kind of had it in my head, and you know, if you want a fluid pose, it's pretty much like this one. Yeah, it is. It is. It's quite similar, actually, which I'm actually pretty happy with. But like I don't know if you can do any better for fluidity than Rick Leonardi, inked by P. Craig Russell. You know. But yeah, I just filmed that yesterday. I guess it's still in my head. I'm going to go with scratch for this one for a sound effect. Or scrack? Sure, let's go with scrack. Well, I mean, it wasn't entirely swiping in this case because I didn't look at it. I kind of forgot about it. and then halfway through, I'm like, wait a minute, I think I recognize this pose. That'd be nice if I developed some kind of photographic memory for, poses and shit all of a sudden that I can call up on any second. No, we don't need serifs on this. This isn't a serif kind of lettering. Oh no, for sure. Yeah, no, definitely no new poses. There we go. All about honoring and paying tribute. Well, like actually, yeah, that's a full-on Rick Leonardi pose, and I'm glad I read that comic yesterday. Oh, it's supposed to be two Ks, wasn't it? Yeah. There we go. K is very much like an R. Boop. No, maybe not. Good thinking. Some decent looking lettering. And we also want a rumble down here. I don't think we need some for the big bash up through the floor because I mean, like for one thing, you're not gonna unless I'm like filling all of the negative space with sound effects, you're not gonna get the whole effect. For another thing, it fucks up the resale value, so let's not do that. Okay, so like this. Oh, like a comic book company to work for? Marvel in the 80s, I think. Or no, not even in the 90s. That's when shit got fucked up. That sounds like a pretty American sentiment, Chuck. But yeah, no. Currently, I would not. I don't think want to work for Marvel or DC. It sounds like they pay like shit, and my style wouldn't fit in with them anyway. I try to be awesome. It's I'm sure there are good-looking books out there. I just have no idea what they are. Like, I don't know if I would love to publish Blood Force with Image, I think. Because, I mean, you hang on to your rights, you get your own, creator control shit, but you're still getting seen. And that's pretty much the only way to do it these days. No, IDW sounds like it's not going too great. Sounds like if you can get in with Skybound, that's a good way to go. But well, I mean, that's the thing. You don't have to pine for your days as an artist. You can just draw every once in a while and then sell that for 35 grand, right? That's the way to go. I mean, that is basically what all of the X-Image guys do, except for Larson and Liefeld, really, where they just kind of, when I feel like drawing, I'm going to draw, and then I'm going to sell it for thousands of dollars. They've all got, long commission lists. And it's like, what do I feel like doing today? Feel like drawing? Sure, I'll pick up one of these. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's better than 6. From what I heard, it was more like 8 figures. Could be wrong. I mean, almost certainly am wrong, but that was what I heard. But like, he's not an executive. He's the president and publisher, right? The Berserker, I have issue 1. I figured I should, because that was like the new big thing when that came out. And it looked pretty good. Like, the art was good. I didn't read much in the way of the story because it seemed like okay, and that was about it. The American Wrestling Association? I take it those are the guys, AWA is the guys who do Berserker. Them too, yeah. Oh yeah, it's Boom that does the Berserker guys. I haven't heard of AWA. I'll come back to finish these later because I think he is going to be leaping over them. That looks pretty good. I'm sure I have a ruler around here somewhere. Where's the 08? You can go away. There we go. Oh, good spot. That'll work. I have to redo these borders a little bit. Oh wow, I haven't even heard of that. How do you hear about comics these days? I feel like I have no real way to do that unless I want to sign up for like some horrifying website that I don't want anything to do with. It does all commentary shit. For real? All right, well that's what Whiteout's for. I have not heard about a Ronda Rousey graphic novel, I will say. Well, this has to match this no matter what, so let's just line up with that. Okay. Yeah. I don't think Stanley was a bad person. I think I think he put himself first in a lot of cases. But I mean, I think he felt that everybody had to do that. And I think he told the stories about him co-creating all of Jack Kirby's creations so many times that he believed it. He did get fucked over quite a bit later in life, yeah. Well, I mean, the guys the industry was made up back in the day were like, you know, had been in World War II and shit, you know, like. I love the stories of like Jack Kirby when he's younger, and like some local Nazis, because I guess you could do that. This is, I think, before America got in the war. Didn't like that he was portraying Nazis as villains in his book, and we're like, yeah, no, we're gonna go over and kick your ass. Like they went over to his house and yelled that up at him, and he's like, you don't have to come up here. I'll fucking come down. And by the time he got down there, they'd all left. I don't know. I mean, because the studios would have been small, right? Yeah, Bob Kane's a fucking monster from what I hear. But oh well. Everyone kind of knows where all the credit deserves to be now. It's a shame it couldn't have worked while. I assume Bill Finger isn't alive anymore. No, he wouldn't be if he was drawn in the 30s. Of course not. Yeah, so it's a shame. I don't think he got really recognized while he was alive, but at least there's been some justice about it. Mm. I haven't heard that description of Eisner before, but that's cool. No, that's the same kind of pen. I switched for a reason. So I could go outside the lines. Hmm. Yeah, I hear that about Todd too. Everyone's just like, man, he's so easygoing. You know. For the Tombos, the blue one is a little harder, which I ran out of those a while back, and I kind of miss them now. But the black is still fine. They're both fairly easy to control, really. But yeah, correct. Black is the softer one. Blue is the harder tip. And I don't think you can do too wrong with either of them, really. The other one's got a bit more ink to it. Yeah. Much better. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I have to keep reminding myself to actually letter these, just the sound effects, because I'm not doing the dialogue. I'll just hurt myself doing that. But yeah, there's no excuse to not do the sound effects. Particularly now that I'm coming up with pretty goofy sounding sound effects. It's a bit more fun to come up with a look for them. All right. Let's get him with some pigments. I mean, you know, fly at it, man. There's a challenge on. We got to do something. Hey, Trev or Glow, either one. How's it going? There's going to be no light inside his mouth. There's no reason to do anything down here. Yep, that sounds about right. Yeah, maybe this guy's chin a bit too small, but that's okay. I think. Except for the Snidely Whiplash mustache is a nice touch. I will say that. Yeah, sure. So a little bit of just like stuff rising in the background here. Pew Pew is good. I like that too. Oh yeah, that's not what I was going for. But okay. There. Let's try that again. Okay. Automatic pandemonium. Very good. Well, wasn't going for hard speed lines on this, but I guess I didn't leave myself much of a choice here. You'd almost think they're inextricably linked. I've done the hard line for the mouth here. I think I should have, but oh, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Considering it's all black there. There we go. Even broke it up a little bit, which I don't think looks too bad. Is that enough, or do we need more spit? I mean, Dale Keown, I would say, did that fairly well. And then a lot of people copied it, and a lot of it did just look like they had a mouthful of chewing gum. I think that's enough. You don't want to go too overboard. Just give in to temptation. Dr. Ool. Oh Christ! You guys are coming up with your own spin-off universe, and I'm cool with it. Just I got my thing. You guys can do the that could be the brigade of Blood Force, is Tree Force or whatever it is. The Woodsman. Sure, that too. What's the Woodsman? Yep. Chainsaw claws. Where each claw coming out like from the back of his hand is a tiny chainsaw. That sounds like it'd be hard on your knuckles. And they just like burrow in and out like slowly. Well, naturally harder on the bad guys. Just like, you know, it's like, do they hurt when it comes out? Just like every time. Yeah, by the end of the fight, they're just wrecks, and then they heal back pretty quick. But like up until then, it's just chainsaws coming out of like pulp. Glad we're on the same page. And it was a page created by the brave men and women of the Woodsmen of America. I feel like I almost have that figured out. Never mind. That's okay. Mm. There you go. Timber featuring. Yeah. Timber monthly. Oh, instead of the clerk, the termite. I think it looks okay. All right. I'm gonna grab a quick smoke. I'll come back and see how much of this I can do, and then we'll probably call it a day. Whoa. Oh yeah, how hot is it where you are anyway? It's been like warm here, but warm here tends to be too hot because of the humidity. So it's probably like 80 to 85, but it just sits on you. That sounds unpleasant. Not knowing Fahrenheit. All right, I'll be back shortly. All right. Whoa. Yeah, Mitch is smoking again. Sorry, guys. Keep trying to get away from it, and it's, you know, tough as shit to do. Yep, feel free. Sharpen again. I'm not super happy about it myself. It's tough in the summer because I look at my window and go, man, it's nice out there. I'd sure like to be outside, but I don't want to actually have to do anything outside. You know, what I'd like to do is just sit on my porch and hang out. But if I don't smoke, I don't have a reason to do that. It's very easy to talk myself into, you know, starting back up again. Come on. Did it snap again? No, good. Yeah, exactly. That does sound awful and a good reason to stay inside. So like here it's 26, which is probably close to like 80. And the humidity is pretty high, but we got a decent breeze going on. Like it's not, we've had some pretty rough days before, like in previous summers. We haven't had a really bad day yet. People still complain about it out here because, like, you know, it all gets to be relative. 20 is nice. Yeah, no, anywhere in like the teens, or I'll even take up to like 21, 22 is like ideal. Well, you know, like I got weak UK genes that can't handle anything over like 23 very well. Just start pouring sweat from everywhere. I'd rather not for 42. I gotta say, that's, you have my sympathy. That's about all I can say to that. and 50 just sounds god awful. I mean, desert might be different. I understand that it should be more of a dry heat, but like the idea of 50, like, makes me want to never step outside again. So I think I want to go with a light source below him here. My eyelids and forearms are sweating. Yes. Yeah, no, we've had a couple of summers where it got to like mid to high 30s, and with the humidity, it's just like, and I don't have AC in my house, so I just gotta like sit there with fans on me and be miserable. I don't think an ice block would last too long, and then like and then I got to clean up. That doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense. That should be the traps there. Traps? No, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's the traps. But are we talking 30s Fahrenheit or 30s Celsius? Because I understand the desert can get very cold depending on where you are. That sounds okay. Not getting above 32. That's all right. I didn't. I mean, I assumed New Mexico would get pretty goddamn hot. But I think I've said all I know about New Mexico I got from Breaking Bad. hose is fucking nuts. You have the idea where, like, it's a little late now, but maybe in the next issue, because that alternate cover turned out so well. Where'd my fucking Pentel go? Oh, there it is. On the Clerg ship, I want them to like put on like strobe lights or something, so that I can make the Clerg sequence in that high contrast style. It's like to try and like confuse him or something. Some dumb shit like that, you know. Yes, exactly. Only it's like black and white alert. I mean, that should be pretty quick for one thing, but also look like fucking cool, I think. Yeah, no, it turned out a lot better than I thought it might. Well, I mean, I thought there was a chance it could turn out pretty good, but it's like it actually did. It's, well, shit. Gotta try and replicate that then. I gotta try not to go heavy on the rendering on this shot. I don't think it needs it. I think this needs to be mostly some pretty wide feathering. Oh, that would be interesting. Doing Firebird in the high contrast? Yeah, I didn't even think of that. That would end up looking kind of Alex Rossi, probably. A little bit. Like that, I don't know. I'd probably be using his Human Torch for some kind of reference. Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. It might be a little tough to pull off, like to make it look like anything other than just because, like, if you're talking high contrast, Fireburn when he's doing fire shit would largely be just a big streak of white, I would think. Making a night scene and just it's just a big fire walking around with a ponytail. Okay, I think we gotta go back over this way now. Yeah, I can see that working quite a bit. Ah, okay. I haven't checked up with Richard Friend in a while. I don't remember to actually look up specific people on Instagram most of the time. I think that was how I got to following him again. He does do like some fantastic stuff now. It's weird because he does still seem to like classify himself mostly as an inker, and it's like you see the shit you're drawing, right? I guess it's he does take forever on his drawings, so he couldn't be a penciler really. Where he's taken like basically a week per piece, and then the pieces look incredible, but yeah, you couldn't do much more than like a cover, be like a cover guy with that. I switched to it without. Here, let's do a copy link. No, does that give me a? Oh, that does give me the straight. What in the shit, man? Holy fuck! Did you say how long you spent on it? That is incredible. Like, I've seen him put out some incredible shit, but like that's way above and beyond. Yeah, I gotta see that. That bottom part is still part of it too. Holy shit! That's fucking insane. It's that bottom part in particular. Fuck off, man. That is fucking what? Like, that looks like fucking water. Just straight up. And like, water is impossible to render in black and white. You're always going for like a representation of it. It's like, well, you know, you get what I mean here, right? It's like, unless you're, yeah, just fucking draw it so it looks like a photograph. It's insane. I would assume he's got a fair bit of photo reference. Always with the puns. That's right. And thank you. Again, I'm enjoying the. I don't know. I think I felt like when I was doing lettering before, I had to try and get near, like I don't know, like Dave Sim levels, and it's like you really don't. Like, calm down. Dave Sim's one of the best letterers of all time. You don't have to try and be that. I will say he overthought it from time to time. Dave Sim with his lettering. But he definitely took a lot of pride in it and got to be extremely good. But like, you know, when you realize that's what you're doing is trying to match like somebody who's like an all-time great, and it's like, okay, but you're not trying to do that, right? It's like, well, no, why would I do that? Okay, so maybe just like, you know, try to do a good job. It's like, oh yeah, okay, we can try that too. Simonson, because I mean, Simonson had his own guy, right, with Workman. I'm sure he does his own lettering now when he's doing the Thor thing, the Ragnarok thing. Or that might be done. I'm not sure. But I thought for most of his career he used John Workman. I feel like I need a little bit more here. Yeah. I know it's good, and I like it a lot. And I think Walt's coming up with a lot of the actual like sounds, and John's just like, all right, if you say so. Scratch shack a boom, it is, you know. And some of this has to be fixed up a little bit. Yeah, I think it's not too bad, really. Yes, that's a good way to put it. Is that it's almost its own character. And I mean, he put a lot of thought into it. All right. Oh, you can get at least the pencils a little tighter on this monstrosity. Just a little bit. I know I kind of want to put like a big thum up here now. Maybe that would be a good idea. Maybe. Cathulum, yeah, that would work too. Maybe I'm making them skinnier. Do a bit more this way so they don't go off the page too much. Just one big thum, no additional sound needed. No, it should be a little bit higher. Oh, I'm sure Hard will get a couple of uncomfortably dickish puns in there. All right, you got the vest. That's right. Like I'm missing an element of Shockblock's costume here. I go hard, yeah. Big, giant-sized pockets for Hard here. Yeah, and I'm thinking of wrapping it up soon, so you know. Oh, more than 4 hours for that. Yes. Okay. Now we got to try and remember how to draw Fireburn too. Holy shit! It's been at least as long for him as it was for her since the last time I drew Hard. I feel like the last time I drew Hard and Fireburn, my style was a little different. Keep them coming. I'm planning on using all of the dick puns for Hard later in the comic. Go hard or go home. Yep. I do like that you're gonna need a blanket to cover your lap when I'm done. By the time I'm done with you. No, that does not need to be there anymore. Don't forget the Coke cans. Kind of forgot them up here, but that worked out okay because they would have made it all look worse, really. These are some fucking senseless blades here. Holy shit, this whole spread is so wacky. It's funny, actually, because this pose from Hawkstad was actually very similar to the pose that he had in issue 1, which was also a double-page spread, only it's reversed. And it wasn't really intended. Let me see here. Okay, maybe not so much. There's definitely similarities. It's kind of interesting seeing this old stuff now, actually. But yeah, obviously much more extreme angle and a whole lot more force perspective and much larger figure. And he's being even sillier than he was last time. It's been a little while. I mean, that was 2 years ago, right? And you're between my fist and a hard place. It's pretty fucking great. A little bit more down here. Yeah, no, this is no, this turned out to be a hell of a picture. I didn't really think it would turn out to look quite like this, to be honest. I didn't have much of an idea in mind when I started this today. It's like, I kind of think I might know the direction I want to go in, you know. But the fact that it worked out this well is nice and surprising. All right, so I think I'll call that a stream. And next time, I guess on Wednesday, I can't imagine I'll be able to ink this whole thing, but you never know. A lot of it's just the figures. This is like an awesome kind of like cavalry shot. Where he's just, yeah, because he's just kind of like tossed around by gun show for a little while. I'm glad it wasn't a hard choice to make. That's good. And yeah, these are the reinforcements arriving. So I think it's a pretty cool shot for that. Yeah, no, I've never drawn anything like this. This is fucking awesome. All right, guys. So yeah, I'll see you in the Discord probably. You guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll talk to you later.